Так. Задание старого хрена я выполнил. Дату памяти жертвам. Так, где делать? Это непонятно, где делать. Найти место, где взорвалась бомба. О. Так, могильщики. Мне обратно нужно вернуться? Так, а бомба? Это тоже там? О. Угу. Западные доки. Тут большая ока. Северные доки еще есть. Я туда перебирался с помощью прыжка. Ага. Так, ладно, посмотрим еще. Где-то есть открытые двери. Поговорю с оставшимися и... Наверное, пойду отсюда.
It's locked.
Вот, господин.
Hello, boy.
Привет, малец.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
Угу.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the wet boot boys and the communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
Нет дома. Здорово, питбуль. С праздничком тебя.
You should be careful, Rufus. There are things that lurk in the shadows of this city. Things that prey on the lonely and the desperate.
Well, I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
Стелла Фишберн. Руфус.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care.
Ты болен? У тебя анемия? О, еще какой-то хер. Так, я его могу вылечить. У меня есть лекарство от анемии. Ага.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Why must it always be a good evening?
I was just being polite. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Don't like questions or doctors. And the name is Seymour Fishburne, if you must know.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Are you thinking about someone in particular?
No? Hate them all. Especially these petty, whining little shitbag beggars.
Is there no one who deserves your leniency, then?
Well, Tom from our local is somewhat of a decent bloke. At least, unlike most maggots, he knows how to listen without opening his trap.
What's your occupation?
I take care of my mum. That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just want her to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Пойдем с матерью еще поговорим. Если она откроет.
Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
О,
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
интересно, я могу войти? Блин, уровень гипноза 2 надо. Типа, вампира же не может зайти в дом, если его не пригласят, да?
I'll leave you then. Good night.
Ну, здорово. Куда это делся? Так, у него простуда. Так, простуда и анемия. Я знаю, что недостаточно простуда. Так, теперь анемия. Опять какие-то подгрузки пошли.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Е-е.
Do you require medical assistance?
That's something I didn't expect to hear again. A doctor concerned with the health of his patients. Yeah. I could use some help. On several matters, in fact.
I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing with, but it's a doctor's purpose to heal people.
And is it your purpose as well, Mr. Reed? I would say it's a convenient way for gaining people's trust.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Так, и где малец? Это тут же должен быть, рядом. В мусоре копается.
Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care.
Я это все делаю только в своих корыстных целях. Сначала подниму здесь уровень здоровья, а потом кого-нибудь сожру, чтобы получить экспы максимум. Так, вот тут дверь была закрыта тогда. Понял. Вырвем кадык. Еще пока рано. Ну и навряд ли я буду вырывать кадык мальцу. Здесь есть персонажи, которым желательно вырвать. Это местная банда. Здесь у меня ключа, естественно, нет вот этого, да?
It's locked.
О. А раньше это у него кровавленное колье. От Сеймура, его любимой матери Стелли.
From Seymour to my beloved mother Stella. Fishburne, that sneaky bastard.
То есть он мне спиздел, что ли? Вернуть родственнику, продать кому-то. Решить, как поступить с часами Джека. Где эти квесты? Отдать ожили Сеймуру. Отдать Стелле, матери Сеймура. Я лучше матери отдам. Не совсем понял. Прекрасное колье с пятнами крови. К нему прикреплен маленький бумажный ярлык. От Сеймура, его любимой матери Стелли. Или он мне правду сказал? Да пойду отдам матери, да и фиг с ним. Так, вспомни, где она живет.
Good evening, madam. It's Dr. Reed again. May I come in?
You best come back in the morning, Doctor.
Я не могу еще отдать.
I'll leave you then. Good night.
Я могу и подождать. Стоп, это какой-то другой выход. Ты заебал 12 ночи? Не, ну если я только ночью бродить могу, что мне делать теперь? Что мне? Я днем-то не приду, и утром точно на меня не увидит. По утрам я не хожу. Солнце же убивает меня.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight? Back to the docks, are we?
You remember me then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way.
I'm still Tom Watts. Welcome back, Doctor.
Что он тут как-то поприветливее стал.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean Hampton, our own private holy figure. Few are foolish enough to make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Or something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps, with you being a doctor, you could go there and come back?
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
Sabrina seems very fond of you, Tom.
I like her too, I really do. I know I'm her boss, and I'm much older and all. But I like her, for sure.
What is bothering you, then?
Sabrina is an angry one. She wears it like a coat. I'm not sure I can make her shed that anger. It hurts to see her like that.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Еще поговорим с Сабриной.
Poor Jack.
Что ее гложет.
He didn't deserve this.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess rarely come back. Never mind in fancy togs.
I'm much more myself than when we first met. By the way, I'm Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome back to the Turquoise Turtle then, Doctor. I'm Sabrina Cavendish. How can I help you?
What can you tell me about this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
Почему тогда вы здесь?
If you're uncertain about your safety here, the docks might not be the right place for you.
I got responsibilities. And it's not like I got the money to move anywhere else anyway.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colorful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
So this bar is neutral territory then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted the job.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke. Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the color of their skin.
If that's true, you'd be one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London, and here I am.
Sabrina, tell me about your true feelings for your boss.
I love Tom. Not ashamed of it. Don't care if the customers joke about it neither.
Who's mocking you?
I mean, we're always together. People will talk, won't they?
Does Tom love you?
Yeah, but he's always reluctant to take it further. It's not because I'm younger, or because of the colour of my skin. He hates jokes about us.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Ясно, понятно. Так, тут я мог что-нибудь упустить? Документ? Вроде нету ничего. А, вот здесь я не был.
I cannot enter.
We haven't seen Seymour for a while. Even Dyson has stopped coming in.
О, привет, топиковый ремоу. С праздничком тебя. Че хотел-то? Я хотел посмотреть, где квест. Забрать несколько бутылок. На той стороне. Ладно, это туда потом. Это потом. Я сейчас хочу по основному квесту сходить. Для этого мне нужно вернуться. Вернуться в больничку. Ну что за праздник? Там какой-то праздник, не знаю. Много выходных. День труда. В смысле, у тебя что, подсказок нету? 3 подсказки, но у него все равно 6000 опыта за него дают. Ты ж странный.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
Да, я так.
The matter of Lady Ashbury's blackmailer.
Oh, I know too much about this matter already. I'm confident in trusting the interests and reputation of both the hospital and Our Lady into your able hands.
I have met Lady Ashbury.
She's a fascinating woman, wouldn't you agree?
Is she the true reason you recruited me? To work on her condition and addiction for blood? A part of me is thinking I've been played.
Lady Ashbury is a cherished friend of mine. I would not betray her secrets without her consent. Come to the rescue of a damsel in distress. I ask nothing more.
We'll see each other again.
О, детский. Так, а могу еще что-нибудь скрафтить? Нет, мне нужны синие рукоятки. О, заклепка. Отличная цена при продаже заклепки. Ну, мне пока они не нужны, но буду знать. Так, рукояток синих тут нет. Так. Мне нужен отхил. Точно прокачать. Что он очень слабо сейчас хилит. 1300. Потом урон от укуса. 300. Еще можно вкинуть 300, да? На увеличение объема крови. О, мне открылись эти ульты. Что стоит? 1000. Ярость. Некоторые навыки настолько сильны, что их страшатся даже сами вампиры. Так, ладно, вы теряете контроль над собой, позволяете зверю управлять вами. Зверь телепортируется ко всем окружающим вас врагам и яростно атакует их. Прикольно. Так, это что у нас? Бездна. Вы создаете вихрь теней у ног цели. Тени оживают, перерывают действие одного из врагов и носят им огромный урон. 600 теневой. Кровавый котел. Концентрируйте свою силу и заставляйте кровь цели вскипеть. Кровь взрывается, нанося урон цели всем поблизости. Стоимости нет. Просто 99 восстановить. Охренеть. А, не, подожди. Запас крови. Не, пока запасы не хочу качать. Хорошо, здесь здоровье увеличилось. Нужно будет переговорить с этими двумя. Так, тут без изменений. Тяжелое. В порту что? Здоровое. Шикарно. Это что такое? Ваши действия повлияют на экономику района. Все, иду по мейн-квесту дальше. Это что такое? Официальное давление жителям Лондона. Комендантский час. Окей. Вурдалаки. Где-то вурдалаки. Бля, я даже нажал щит. «18-й левел? Серьезно? Да нет, с этой дубинкой вообще изи. Записка мокрых ботинок. Относительно вербовки парней в Уайт-Чепеле. Кажется, одного я нашел. Это Альби. Он тупой как табурет, но крепкий. Я попросил его раздобыть лекарства для продажи на черном рынке, и он быстро их доставил. При следующей встрече я скажу ему, что его приняли мокрые ботинки, и теперь он должен получать приказы у своих новых боссов. Альберт Палмер. Новое расследование. Решить, как вручить ее. Так-то я вернусь обратно на улицу-то. Пока еще туда рановато. Здесь можно было запрыгнуть. Это смена локации. Все равно слабо еще пока бьет. Да ёпты! Мудила! Блин, надо было первым валить. Ты умирал вообще? Не-а. Еще ни разу. Отчет о Пемберской больнице. 2 ноября. Разведчик. Так. Действия вампиров. Сэр, мы наблюдаем за Пемберской больницей уже 2 недели. Можем подтвердить, что там действуют вампиры, во-первых. Теперь у нас есть доказательства того, что в больнице находится женщина-кровосос. Это хитроумная тварь. Чтобы замаскироваться, она ведет себя... выдает себя за психически больную. Я лично пробрался в больницу и слышал, как это существо жалуется на то, что ей нужна кровь, на то, что ее тело разлагается. Но это еще не все. Администратор Пемберской больницы, доктор Слонси, послал нашего командира Аманды Тилтон, которая погибла вчера в бою со Скалем у канала. Слонси, возможно, является членом братства Святого Павла. Если это так, то в больнице, возможно, происходит что-то серьезное. Может, там даже логово вампиров. Их защищает предатели из братства. Мы не знаем, что делать, но убеждены, что им стоит побыстрее прислать все подкрепление и тяжелое снаряжение. На самом деле, это стандартная сложность. И, наверное, надо было мне все-таки ставить хардкорную. Старый кол. Ну, такой же, как мой, да. А, нет, это Стражи Привана только Привана. Чуть-чуть получше будет. Но пока что я не готов переходить на одноручку. следующий раз не надо очковать, надо сразу ставить на хард и все. Я вообще думаю, что эта игрулька довольно проходная. Ну, вроде ничего так сделано. Так, а в эту дверь... А, да. Это локации. Надо посмотреть, что здесь. Возможно, конечно, сюда по квесту нужно идти, но... Если что, еще потом схожу. Заброшенные дома. На помощь. О, Кадаган здесь какой-то. На меня напали. Ща, братиш, я не спеша, но приду. Я максимум крови. Ну вот, сейчас хил, кстати, получше стал. Я бы еще вкачал. Блять. Упаль. Ну что, он будет все спускаться? А, я могу подняться. Я же вампир, блин, точно. Да ёбаный. Петиция. Остановим мейстера Бейтса. В течение многих месяцев, а может и лет, Кадаган Бейтс эксплуатировал нас. Остановим мистера Бейтса. Если бы у нас было больше денег или настоящая работа, то мы бы никогда не сняли эти ужасные квартиры. Все мы знаем, какие отвратительные предложения он делает женщинам, которые не могут заплатить. Остановим мистера Бейтса. Давайте встретимся с ним и потребуем немедленных перемен. Это ты? Да ёбано, блядь. Как в Dark Souls, блин. Так, ты тпшишься или кто? Да. Опа. Минус стамина.
happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
A fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
Ты, конечно же, будешь сидеть тут, пока я не отдохну, да? У меня еще следующая ночь. Текст по Брайлю. Ага. Еще один. Блять, что-то лагать-то стало. Мне вот этот нужен. Опа. Что за херня? Что за херня? Капец, у меня почему-то включилось. Что за херня? Блин, у меня в Стиме... В Стиме трансляция какая-то включилась. На странице Мартхау. Тупо открыта страница Мартхау, а там стрим идет чей-то. ЗБС. Я думал-то в браузере какая-то херня запустилась неожиданно. Что, тут ничего нет? Кроме денег. О. Тут какой-то шорткат. А, это здесь этот. Место для сохранения. Убежище. Музыка сменилась.
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye. But the guards recruit more and more every year.
When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. This is my first patrol. It's one of them! Shit! You'll pay for that!
Опа, попал. Так, это дорога в другой уже район. Я только пока не пойду. Меня туда не звали. На, вот тут закрыто. Может быть... Вопрос, закрыто по сюжету? Либо я еще смогу спокойно открыть двери. Так сложно будем менять? А ее нельзя поменять. Это только если за... Ух ты, ядрить. Это если только заново начинать. То есть я бы поменял. О, вот там. Управление сбросить. Там в начале было написано, что типа сложность изменить потом нельзя.
I cannot enter.
Но типа сложность игры зависит от того, сколько людей ты сожрешь. Типа, если ты не будешь жрать людей, то тебе будет сложнее. Еще вот в этом. Можно вообще никого не жрать. Так, мне надо сперва вот этих быстрее убить. Блин, у тебя хотя бы какой-нибудь стан бы был после удара моего. Я его когтями херачу, а ему похер. Абсолютно. Ну вот, сейчас прошел. Это какой-то непростой тип был. Именной. Так, здесь сюда я могу сходить, окей. Что это у нас тут вообще? А, там, видимо, безопасная зона сейчас откроется. Вот эти ворота, они опасные, безопасные отделяют. В основном. И только в больнице нет таких ворот. О, привет, Фейбл. Чё не спится тебе? Так у меня уже утро, я давно проснулся. Точнее, у меня уже скоро обед будет. А, сюда мне нельзя.
It's locked, all right.
Ну, у меня также. Мы же рядом. Здесь тоже. А, нет. Это нет. Погодите. Красные меня не должны туда пустить. Я проверю. Но вроде как меня не должны туда пустить.
It's locked.
Да. Короче, говорят, иди туда, да? Сюда закрыто. Туда я не пошел. Хотя нет, вроде ничего не написали.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Петреску. Какие-то разборки на улице. Так, и чё я сюда залез? Воу. Он завалил?
Me, I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy. You've wasted your life away. Sort of bloody joke to you, innit? I won't end up another drunk.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed. And I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel...
Нет, у меня пока нет лекарств, погоди.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just frayed me last nerve.
I have found
Бля,
a very
не надо.
interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad.
Он его точно замочит теперь.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... Well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
Бальзам Суонборно. Что? Блин, он точно его замочит теперь.
Alcohol and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Здоров, а у него мигрень. Ага.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
Medication and drugs are a rare commodity in East London. So you picked an easy target, didn't you?
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Будешь так разговаривать, я тебя сожру. Когда-нибудь.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
Странно, что я про них инфу никакой не выбил. Хотя не, про него-то я какой-то... Может сейчас с этого спросить, куда он делся.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid...
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
Чё? Не стоит стыдиться. Возьмите себя в руки. Это варварские методы.
Yes. Sounds like shell shock. I've seen a few cases like yours. This is nothing you should be ashamed of, Benjamin. And it's perfectly natural in your situation.
Not ashamed. I just need my pills. Peace and quiet, that's all.
Ну, нормально ответил. Значит, таблетки, да, тебе нужно? Так, сейчас я вернусь. Сейчас я про вас все узнаю.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your...
Или не узнаю.
Goodbye, young man.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
I cannot enter.
Дверь заперта. Значит, здесь просто ключ нужен.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Так они упыри или ты, бро? Я упырь. Они люди. Тут завязка истории в том, что, короче, тебя кто-то завалил, укусил при этом. Ты очнулся среди трупов вампиром. Ну и когда просыпается вампир, у него типа была жуткая жажда крови, и он сожрал свою сестру. Теперь сейчас мы ищем ублюдка, который с нами это сделал. Попутно там разбираясь, что происходит в Лондоне.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of...
Чем банчишь? Бальзам Сонборо. То. Так, этот бальзам... Его Его типа можно разложить. Или что, где он? А, это квестовый. Можно разобрать на части, но при этом он квестовый. И она его продает еще. Блин, понапутали улиц-то. Лабиринтище. Охота все везде посмотреть. А тут закрыто.
It's locked.
С той стороны открывается.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith. Again.
Блин, вот это показывает, что здесь двери или что? Или просто районы разделяются?
Its effectiveness has been proven by many.
It's locked, all right.
Не сюда.
Better go home, sir. I'll send you.
Отдыхай. Так, понятно. Ну, это обычная тема. С модельками. Такое бывает. Он такой шел-шел и херакс. Это не алкаши даже. Тут есть более мерзкие создания. Низшие вампиры, которые питаются трупами. Это обычные люди, которые причем охотятся на вампиров.
It's locked.
Все везде позакрывали. Keep out. Вот. Скаль. Че, ты меня видел? Это который ТПшится? Нет. Кольцо. Кольцо — это хорошо. Вот здесь пройти можно, по-моему. Тайничок, наверное. Ядрить, тайничок, да. Старый топорик.
Not exactly a treasure chest.
Коробочка. Барретт. Мне нелегко говорить это, но я буду откровенна. Дальше так продолжаться не может. По крайней мере, я так больше не могу. Если Джо про нас узнает, что мы его жена и лучший друг, это его убьет. Непонятно чего. А потом он убьет тебя. Нам было хорошо вместе, но давай на чистоту. Я никогда не стану Джейн Льюис. Ты это знаешь, и я тоже, поэтому я разрываю наши отношения прямо здесь сейчас. Если ты согласен, то когда-нибудь мы наверняка снова сможем быть счастливы. Ты, Джо и я. Тогда мы сохраним самую важную часть нашей истории. Пока я надеюсь, что ты простишь меня. Всего тебе хорошего, Джейн Питерсон.
A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife addressed to Barrett Lewis.
Интересно. Кому я должен это отдать? Так, нужно будет не отдавать это, надо будет почитать. Я тут хожу, исследую и нахожу всякие квестовые херни. Наверное, не в тот момент, когда мне это надо. Ну-ка. Блин, почему нельзя было сверху на него упасть? И размозжить ему лицо.
Step across the leech ball. Die, Fanny!
До этого добей. Куда меня тащит? Неизвестный чел. Так, получается, туда зашел, обошел. По-моему, я там не досмотрел какие места.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Ага, вот он этот. Джо Питерсон.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
О, кандидат на еще одну, что ли? Я ж тебя могу сожрать потом.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Пока не уверен, что ему стоит коробку отдавать. Кстати, не болен, ничего. Здорово.
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out, right?
It's not my call, Barrett. You pay one way or another.
Please, Joe. How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake.
I'd prefer not to give you another beating, Barrett.
Да, скорее всего, я его сожру. Сколько тебе там, тройку надо?
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Ага. Погоди, между ними, вот этим челом, тем, и еще какой-то женщиной терки. Если я дам коробку, этому, по-моему, конец будет Барретту. 100%.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, He's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Да, он говорит про коробку.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Barrett, you had an affair with Joe's wife, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Она умерла уже?
Did you ever try talking to Joe?
Never. But I suspected he knew everything, even without knowing it. And he decided to make me pay in his own way.
Do you mean you're Harry's father?
No one will ever know for sure. And it's better that way. And I don't believe I'd have been all that bad as a dad.
Right then.
Крошечная часть хорошей рукоятки. Блин, я не помню. Мне ее надо покупать? Не, мне вроде такие нужны, обычные рукоятки. Синие. Не такая.
Where's my man? You again?
Oh.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Ладно, подыграю ему.
You survive at any cost, even at the expense of others. Perhaps that's just the law of nature.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Плохо.
Goodbye.
Интересно, чем же он мерзавец?
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus. Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I'd known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
It's never easy to find a new path in life, especially after the loss of a loved one.
But crime is certainly not the best option.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against a wet boot boy.
Ничего нового.
Goodbye for now.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Ладно, может я позже найду. Узнаю что-либо. Так, нужно вернуться сюда. Блин, мог здесь пройти? Может я что-нибудь в крови найду? Он ведет к этой шкатулке, скорее всего, нет? Как будто для прослушки сюда надо подняться. Хотя не, может сюда просто.
I cannot enter.
Дверь заперта. Есть предположение. О, кровь. Кстати. Я попозже вернусь.
know it's hard to believe, but this district has always been wretched. Don't let your guard down, son.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in.
Пригласил вампира домой.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world? Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
It's locked, all right.
Естественно. Нужен ключ. Опаньки. Мистер Питерсон, мой док сообщить вам о том, что ваша просьба принять вас на работу в доке была отклонена. Я благодарен вам за то, что вы потратили время, объясняя сложность вашей ситуации. Рассказали о том, что у вас болен сын и что умерла ваша дорогая жена. Но мой долг состоит также в том, чтобы разъяснить правила нашей компании. А они явно запрещают брать на работу бывших преступников и осужденных. Ваши связи с скандально известными мокрыми ботинками не укрылись от нашего внимания. Сейчас тяжелые времена, сэр, и компания Финч и Харпер намерена прежде всего вознаграждать кандидатов, прошедших небольшую проверку, которую мы устраиваем соискателям. Я от всей души сочувствую вам, да не оставит Бог вас и вашу семью. Профессиональные охотники на вампиров. Если вы заподозрили кого-то в том, что он вампир, не предпринимайте самостоятельных попыток его убить. У вас нет шансов. Вместо этого обратитесь ко мне или постарайтесь найти профессионального убийцу вампиров. Их мало, но они знают, как справиться с этими жуткими существами. Часть из них, похоже, действует вместе под именем Стражи Привина. Это полувоенная организация, цель которой очистить Лондон от вампиров. Они ваши друзья, вы не одни. У вас есть варианты, действуйте с умом, расскажите об этом другим. Кларенс Кросли. За дополнительной информацией обращайтесь напрямую ко мне. Найдите Дариуса Петреску. Еще. Так, парниш.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
Не.
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family? To your mother?
Not really. I was too young. But I remember it was a happier time. Mr. Lewis was funny. He often had dinner with us.
Why are you sad then?
Because it hurts to remember a time when my father used to laugh and smile. It hurts to realise he's as sad as me now.
How was he towards you?
He was nice, I guess. He never forgot my birthday. He always offered me books. I liked books.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Goodbye, young man.
Как все плохо-то.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
You again?
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit you.
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad choices, but I'm a wet boot boy now. And people won't forget it.
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life in another town.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor. My son's weak. And there's no way he'll endure another disappointment.
Goodbye.
Fancy buyings?
You never... What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile. Not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
Well, despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never wanted to come to Whitechapel in the first place. Hates this place more than most of us.
Goodbye.
Я найду все улики или не найду? У него переутомление. Я могу вылечить. Мигрень я не вылечу, вот переутомление. Так, 2 переутомления. А у тебя чё? Простуда. Простуда, 2 переутомления. Выйди, у тебя 2 болезни. Пока что мигрень, да? Опять что ли надо просить войти?
Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So
I'm not bot.
Goodbye, young man. Take.
Короче, кому-то коробку надо отдавать.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Опаньки. А ты кто такая?
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick, though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crăciunescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
Так, я вас не осуждаю. Попытайтесь найти другую работу. Вы сами решили торговать своим телом. Это может ее обидеть. Я вас не осуждаю.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
Как грубо.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy?
Это я уже спрошу.
Goodbye, miss.
Ты больна? Переутомление, еще переутомление. Переработала. Девушка слишком много работает. Переутомилась. Ага, шорткат открыл.
I'm cheap and I'm clean, I promise.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I served in France. Our top priority must be to put an end to this butchery. This war must stop now.
Sir, streets are a battlefield too. An invisible and untold war is going on, and it must be stopped.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
О.
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Они как-то связаны между собой.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Тоже переутомление. Понятно, почему здесь, в этом районе, все так плохо. У всех переутомление.
It's locked.
Ключ. Здесь нужен ключ. Так. Но это я исправлю переутомление. Не. Все необходимое у меня есть. Букет. Небольшой букет, в котором спрятан купон на бесплатный медосмотр. Камелия.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're
ты немая.
A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it?
Не пойму, она еще что делает?
Camellia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. a stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well.
То поговорили.
I cannot enter.
Туда я пока не хочу идти. Еще один цветок.
You are blinded by your false faith, imprisoned by your daily routine, unable to see the true horror around you. Soon the time will come when...
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences. And most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean? Quite... Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them. Those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
What do you quite... Well, what do you... I have heard enough.
Да не.
Good evening, Mr.
Давай послушаем его еще.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Так, этого фанатика тоже надо будет жрать.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad. and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
So, you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in our country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
I have heard enough.
На кладбище, говоришь? Ага, это в ту сторону аж. Нормально, церковь. Вурдалаки тут. Повсюду. Правда, слабенький. Оу. Да, блять, стамина. Работай. Mm-hmm.
Some of us come to this world already touched by grace.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear Doctor.
Ну, не факт, что я приду.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much, and that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the arid hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious Camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you.
Странный тип. Письмо издателя с отказом. Издательский дом Подхалим. Та-та-та-та. Уважаемый мистер Ниттеркот, спасибо за то, что прислали ваш сборник стихов песни сломленного города. Мы нашли его интересным. Это же мы вам ответили и в первый раз, когда его получили. Но вы должны понять, что в это страшное время для нашей страны публикация данной книги была бы совершенно неуместной. И поскольку вы отказываетесь менять название и требуете, чтобы работу напечатали либо в полном объеме, либо вообще не опубликовали, то мы решили выбрать второй вариант с наилучшими пожеланиями. Спросить его про книгу. Раз уж я тут.
Good evening.
And good evening.
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
Still, you don't seem to suffer from poverty.
With thanks to my parents, actually. I'm afraid I would not be able to live on my own without their help.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
О, все вроде. Тебе я узнал все, что нужно.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Здоровый. Нет, у тебя простуда. Из-за простуды плохая кровь.
Hello again, miss. Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia.
Угу. Поговорили.
Very well.
Так, где-то ж где я видел. Запрыгнуть можно было. Или зайти. Так, тут две двери. Тоже открывается. Так, еще раз. Где она? Переутомление. 2, 3, 4. 4 переутомления. Две простуды. Так, а вторая дверь? Ну, просто с другой стороны откроется. А нет. Кровь как объект зависимости. Вампиры пьют кровь. Я бы сказал, что это их отличительная черта, жуткое природное свойство. Но я никогда не считал это просто особенностью рациона. Я начал изучать вампиров, поскольку меня всегда завораживала их неодолимая тяга к крови. Жажда настолько сильна, что иногда даже заставляет вампиров выдавать себя. А когда они пьют кровь, то, похоже, ненадолго впадают в транс. Это для них экстатическое откровение, как выразился один Ву-кот, с которого я беседовал в Москве. Опа. Я убежден, что это ключевой элемент к пониманию природы вампиров. Они пьют кровь не для насыщения, а именно потому, что это приводит их в экстаз. Все вампиры без исключения зависимы от крови. Такова их природа, и даже те бессмертные, что отказываются пить кровь и противопоставляют своей жажде лишь силу воли, никогда не избавятся от этой зависимости. Понял. И появился шорткат. Так, держи лекарство. Сказать ничего больше не хочешь?
Do you need assistance? That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell. Good evening, Christine.
Change.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Goodbye, miss.
Погоди, я ж тебе лекарство хотел.
Good evening.
Change.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Poppin?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Goodbye.
Так, и чё, куда мне встать-то надо? А-а-а. Кристина.
You still want more from Christina?
When we spent the night together, my wallet went missing.
Are you calling me a thief? I don't have your stupid wallet.
I know you. You're a nice girl. Can't we solve this amicably?
No, I don't think so. And if you think you know me just because we shared the bed together, you're just a lousy and arrogant journalist.
Так.
It's locked.
Скрылись новые подробности.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me, Clayton, do you really think this young woman stole your wallet?
Christina. Yes. I recently met her. A nice girl, despite her questionable conduct.
How exactly did you meet Christina?
During my investigation, I offered my hotel room to her to rest and get away from the street.
And what happened?
The next morning, my wallet and my watch had disappeared. I suppose that's what you get for being a good Samaritan.
If you are going to sleep with a lady of the night, Clayton, I would advise you to be cautious.
I can't really be mad at her, though. She's just trying to survive. She doesn't have many options.
Was it wise to become so intimate with a woman you were supposed to interview, Clayton?
Maybe it was. But I have learned to look for the inner truth and beauty in people.
You're right. I know little of your situation. What can you tell me about Christina?
She is very sensitive. So nostalgic about her country. I saw her cry once because she'd lost a precious souvenir from her homeland.
What was it?
A scarf her brother gave her before she came to England.
Why are you so concerned? You seem to have something on your mind, Mr. Darby.
That we could make peace if I could find it and give it back to her. But I'm afraid she lost the scarf somewhere during her night shift.
Что мне
Goodbye,
искать
Mr.
шарф?
Farewell.
Куда она ушла?
Good evening.
Shane,
Did you steal Clayton Darby's wallet? Tell me the truth, Christina.
of course I stole it. But I never thought he would come back to look for it.
Why did you do it? He seems to trust you.
For a time I thought he was different from other men. In the end, he just wanted to sleep with me. Same as the others.
Perhaps Clayton is different. Maybe you two should talk. A conversation couldn't hurt.
I know what I am and what people call me. I sleep with men for money. If I can accept that, why can't he? No. My future is with the ones I love, not with Clayton Darby.
The ones you love. The money you stole is not for you, then.
My brother is still in our hometown in Romania. I am the only one who can buy him a ticket to England.
Tell me, Christina, is it worth risking your health and your life for your brother's safety?
He's the only family I have left. I had to leave Romania without him. I can't be happy until he is near me again.
I understand your concern. I spent many months away from my family when I served on the front line in France.
Every time I write to him, I fear I won't receive an answer. It kills me to know he is still there.
England is perhaps not the best place in the world to live at the present time. Are you certain it's worth the sacrifice?
You think you know it all because you fought in the war. But my brother is no soldier.
I know. We all understand the risks to soldiers, but we don't necessarily recognize the civilian casualties caused by these conflicts.
Yes. Wars are decided by rich men who will never take the risk of being shot, raped, or maimed.
Does your brother know what you do to earn the money to bring him here?
Don't be simple, of course not. And he must never know. Everything will be different once he is here with me.
Goodbye.
Или не будет. Так, у кого еще плохо со здоровьем? Пацана.
Good evening.
Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
So,
I'm not Bob.
do you need any...
Yes, I do. I feel...
You'll feel better with this, but you need to get a grip.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long.
Goodbye.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
Так, этих я вылечу. Этот чел далеко. Простуда. Ричард. Ага. Клад Бонни.
Good evening.
And good evening.
Do you need medical attention?
It may be wise.
I understand your appetite for word.
The nutrition of my mind is...
I'll leave. How are you?
I'm not your...
Do you need assistance?
Please.
There you go. Let's hope...
Very funny.
Goodbye.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets.
Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your...
Так, вроде больше никого не могу. Ты еще не пришел сюда. Мигрень.
As long as you have the money. Good evening.
I'd like to...
Нет, нету.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
С бронхитом. А что с текстурами?
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many.
Good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Блин, переместился, что ли?
Soon the time will come when you will all be judged for your sins. Even now.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel. talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Do you know that Christina is hoping to pay for her brother to travel to England in the near future?
I see. No, she didn't tell me that. But that explains many things.
Do you believe she will ever see her brother again?
As long as the war rages in Europe, I'm afraid her chances of seeing her brother again are slim to none.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Good evening, Mr. Nithick.
And good evening to you.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone.
Так, найти почтовый ящик. Письмо. Письмо Дариусу Петреску. Мои дорогие, горячо любимые дети, мне так жаль, что у вас несколько месяцев не было вестей от меня. В Лондоне сложная ситуация. Я знаю, что могу показаться эгоистом и дураком вам, мои дети, ведь вы все еще живете в стране, где идет война. Но здесь, в Англии, тоже идет война. Война с бедностью и несправедливостью. Это война, в которой я намереваюсь участвовать, несмотря на свой преклонный возраст. Вот почему я пишу вам сегодня. В Румынию я не вернусь. Это означает, что, вероятно, я вас больше не увижу. Не грустите, мои милые, ведь вы уже взрослые, у вас свои дети. Вы знаете, на какие жертвы нужно идти, чтобы изменить мир. Вот жертва, которую должен принести я, чтобы снова поучаствовать, почувствовать себя нужным. Желаю вам жить долго и счастливо. Поцелуйте от меня моих внуков и помните, что отец любит вас, даже когда находится в этой холодной стране.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
показалось. Кстати, бронхит-то... Ладно, потом к нему схожу. Могу вылечить. Древние врыколаки. За все время, что я провел в путешествиях, больше всего меня поразили острова Средиземного моря, в особенности остров Санторини. Там, на его выжженной земле, я искал следы вампиров. Сам Геродот упоминает об этом острове в своей 4-й книге. Я лично убежден, что эта часть суши хранит в себе много тайн. Многие полагают, что на Санторини даже сегодня больше вампиров, чем в любой другой части мира. Даже больше, чем на Карпатах. Жители острова считают специалистами по выслеживанию вампиров или врыколаков, как они их называют. По местным преданиям, врыколак — это мертвец, который не разлагается. Пока врыколак может напиться своей свежей кровью, его лицо сохраняет ярко-красный цвет. Он может войти в дом только после того, как постучит и ему ответят. Чеснок обращает его в бегство. Солнечные лучи не убивают врыколаков, но заставляют его кожу почернеть. Он может превращаться в волка и других животных. Больше всего меня поразило то, что данное название с небольшими вариациями распространено от Средиземноморья до Балкан. Греки называют его Вриколакос, болгары и македонцы Варкалак, а сербы Вукодлак. Да, мои дорогие братья, Вукодлак. Это слово так похоже на уже известный нам Вулкот. Я написал всего несколько слов, а по телу уже бегут мурашки. Лично я убежден, что здесь нам противостоят какие-то протовампиры. Возможно, они недостающее звено в цепи между современными вампирами и существами, которые были до них. Если Господь даст мне достаточно времени, то когда-нибудь я вернусь в Санторини и найду след этого древнего и забытого существа.
It's locked.
Блин.
If you want to talk to Dorothea...
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Did you refuse to publish Richard Nethercott's previous works, Darius?
Yes. His manuscript is as pompous as he is starched. Now there's a man who loves the sound of his own voice.
You could have told him so.
As a great writer recently said, politeness is the most acceptable hypocrisy.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Tell me everything.
I do...
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Блин, почему он до сих пор висит? Диалог.
Goodbye, Mr.
Что-то ее тут нет. Письмо сестре Крейн. Моя милая Доротея, когда ты прочтешь это письмо, я уже буду на корабле, который отвезет Антона и меня обратно в Брасов. Англия не для нас, и, если честно, я мечтаю поскорее увидеть гордые холмы Трансильвании. Когда вернемся, я поставлю свечку в черной церкви за то, что бы ты пережил эту страшную эпидемию. Я знаю, ты не одобряешь мое решение, ты твердо намерена помогать нашим товарищам в Ист-Энде, но Антон мечтает вернуться на родину и видеть, как начнется долгожданная революция. Он мой муж, и я не покину его. Мы с тобой часто спорили, ты хотел бы, чтобы я осталась с тобой и помогла в клинике, но помни, если с тобой что-нибудь случится, если ты попадешь в беду и тебе будет грозить опасность, я немедленно вернусь в Лондон. С Антоном или без него. Пожалуйста, вспоминай меня так же часто, как я буду вспоминать и тебе. Нежно любящая тебя сестра Теодора. Это вампиров выращивают, что ли? Не-не-не, ща, погоди. Я сперва осмотрюсь. Угу. Да-да-да.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
Бля, я не знаю.
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
О, нет, нет.
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor. We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Глаза-то краснющие.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Oh. Объять? Но это сделает игру еще проще. Вы подадите в отставку. Забудьте все, что произошло. А, причем этот вариант мог быть заблокирован.
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.
О, на уровень гипноз. Дороти Крейн, подсказка не сработала. Что? Что, мне как-то это... Непорядок с текстурками. Блин, минус подсказка, да. Да и фиг с ней.
It's locked, all right.
Угу.
I cannot enter.
То есть, если бы я сожрал, она дала бы мне ключ. Что за херня?
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top! Fuck! I'll kill it!
its head!
Так, мне нужно в убежище свое. Мне кажется, должны дать рецепт новое лекарство из этой крови, которую я нашел. Блин, нет. Странно. Ладно, кого я могу вылечить? Еще. Джимин Пальмер. А, нет, мигрень не могу лечить. Бронхит. Так. Ну все, только получится бронхит.
Hello, Mr. Patrick.
Hello. Yes?
Do you need some help?
I am very tired.
Well, I think you do.
Free drugs from an English.
Tell me
I do not believe in the afterlife.
Goodbye.
Да ё-моё. Так, теперь по квестам надо пройтись. Кому отдать коробку? Че у тебя? Находится на грани банкротства. Когда был близкими друзьями. Был роман. Окей. Почти разорился. Разорил. Так, некто был близкими друзьями. Может, здесь описание есть? Не стоит пойти туда и выяснить, что творится в этих заброшенных зданиях. Так, решить, как поступить с коробкой. Дать коробку письмо Барретту. Дать коробку письмо Джо. А кому адресовано? Барретту. Ну, отдам Барретт и фиг с ним.
Come on, Barrett, you know.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose. I found this box in an abandoned building nearby. I believe it belongs to you.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is mine. So, you faced those loons that roam around there. Extraordinary.
I suppose I was lucky.
Luck is a commodity round here. Yours should be properly rewarded.
About this package, it's not just tools and trinkets, is it?
I want to be rude or anything after your kind gesture, but it's none of your business.
Goodbye for now.
You...
Где еще подсказки-то искать? Что за сверток он мне дал? Ладно. Так, у вас что? Найти шарф. Это можно устроить.
Stupid beast!
Оу. Ты кто нахер? Ядрить! Священников подвезли.
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
И не говори. Маги появились. Люди, человеки и маги. Ты что-то кинул? Чесночная бомба, что ли? И сюда. Крупный зверь. Блять. Мне неудобно тут с вами. Тише, тише, тише. Блять, дать ебаные текстуры, сука.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Так, сейчас минуту. Ладно, палево. Ой, у вас тут сколько у вас? Я один с этим, блин, с воротами. Да ладно ты. Что началось-то? Жохан Бакара, спасибо за фоллоу. Я надеюсь, правильно ник прочитал. Может, Йохан. Шерстяной шарф. Неуч. А как? Еще Утецкий. Блин, опять спалился. Так, у меня, по-моему, где-то здесь еще есть квесты. Вот с кладбища найти человека, кто умеет читать. 1 из 4. По-моему, где-то здесь, что ли? Челика на кладбище найти. Неплохо. Блять, не успел. Да хорош ты, блядь!
This is despicable.
Блять! Что вас тут много? А, с таргетом беда. Блин, начинает подъедать уже. Так-то. Если не хилится, то сожрут. Проглядел. Опаньки. А ты кто такой? Слепой, что ли?
All right, time to make some more of that miracle stew. Where is the burner? Ouch! Shit! Ow! Shit! No more chlorine. Well, the next batch will be a little less miraculous. That's all.
Мейсон Суонборо.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
Третий уровень
All right.
гипноз.
I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
Да здравствует кладбище. Ага. Че, и отсюда... А, нет, наверное, можно как-то пройти или нет. Странный рецепт. Кто-нибудь на помощь. Я не могу войти здесь, женщина. Нужно идти с другой стороны.
I have this thirst for blood. human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Да? Ух ты, ёптать! Братья! Стамины нет. А где твой брательник? Еще и засады тут устраивают. Что-то с них лута-то толком нету. Какого? Так, я же там был. Да, здесь я был. Вот ты что стоишь такой, не при делах. Тут можно спрыгнуть. Куда это меня приведет? А, нет, здесь нельзя спрыгнуть. Спасите женщину, победив скалей.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
Давай, иди на кладбище.
It's locked. Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail.
Ядрить. По каким кровавым следам мы? А. Так, ну-ка в ту сторону давай сходим. Чтобы увидеть интерактивный объект, который можно пощупать. Ты кто? Ты обычный? Нет, это необычный. Так, отсюда я пришел.
As I feared, Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
А, это Сэмюэль. Собственной персоной. Ну давай. Личный дневник. 12 октября. Отец Уэттакер такой праведный, в нем столько сострадания и любви к тем, кто страдает. Его слово вот что нужно городу. Сегодня вечером я отдал ему все, что у меня есть. Мою силу, мою веру, мое богатство. А если этого недостаточно, я знаю, где взять еще. 17 октября. Мы с отцом Уэттакером пошли в заброшенный дом рядом с церковью Святой Марии. Это было ужасное, зловонное место. Последним обитателям дома приходилось бороться с крысами за право жизнь в полуразрушенных комнатах. Большинство этих людей больны. Ужасные, ужасные запахи. На последнем этаже отец Уэттакера нашел старика, который лежал в грязном матрасе и кашлял кровью в деревянную миску. Отец Уэттакер опустился на колени перед ним и долго молился. Кажется, после этого человеку стало лучше. Затем мы помогли ему найти свет. Тогда я плакал. И плачу сейчас, когда пишу эти строки, ведь я никогда не видел, чтобы человек так радовался своему спасению. Отец Уэттакер святой, если это не самоуверенность и не проявление греховной гордости. Тогда бы мне хотелось спасти столько же душ, сколько и он. Ведь это настоящая честь быть свидетелем подобных чудес. 19 октября. Сегодня вечером мы пошли в бордель, который находится у канала. Я должен признать, что очень боялся встречи с распутными женщинами, но оказалось, что эти здания давно заброшены. Где шлюхи, там и заразы, объяснил мне отец Уэттакер. Но клиенты быстро пугаются, если до них доходят слухи о болезнях. В последнем борделе мы нашли 2 больных женщин, которые спали вместе в греховной позе под грязными одеялами. Запах снова был ужасным. Эти запахи дьявола и болезни, объяснил отец Такер, а затем встал на колени и стал молиться за эти 2 заблудшие души. Женщины были такими больными и слабыми, что не смогли пошевелиться, когда я облил одеяло бензином. Теперь их души очистились. 21 октября. Отец Такер святой. Я никому не позволю смеяться над ним. Он получил больше мощи и поддержки. Получит. Но он, как и все пророки, одинок. Его последователи должны делать больше. Ему нужна любовь и доказательство любви. Завтра я отправлюсь на кладбище и добуду для него новые богатства. Мертвые не нуждаются в земных богатствах, а нам с отцом, вот Такером, нужно чем-то питаться. 27 октября. Сегодня вечером впервые пришел мой черед вести нас. Я решил вернуться туда, где мы были 10 дней назад, и проверить, есть ли там души, которые нужно освободить. Отец одобрил мой выбор. Праведник всегда в трудах, а сатана никогда не спит, объяснил он. Он также сказал, что если я буду и дальше проявлять такое рвение, он станет поручать мне более важные задания. Скорее бы. Сегодня вечером еще 3 души были очищены от скверны. Если это не самоуверенность и не проявление греховной гордости, то я бы сказал, что мы на пути к величию. Безумство.
This is despicable.
Так, я не пойму, я вернулся туда, откуда пришел. А нет, здесь я еще, видимо, не был. Блин, гребаные лабиринты. По-моему, тут что-то должно быть. Что-то большое. И тут дверь не открыть. Может быть, позже? Так, отдам, конечно, шарф этому челику.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
В смысле, я тебе не могу его
Goodbye,
дать?
Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Как поступить с найденным? Отдать? Только Кристине могу отдать? А зачем как поступить тогда?
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Нет, я не поэтому тебе пришел.
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family and my country. Thank you so much.
Подсказка не сработала. Зашибись. А почему не мог ему-то отдать?
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Понятно.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker.
Why did you send Samuel to the cemetery, Tobias? What did you see there?
I sent him on a vision. A dream of a dreadful and laughing queen covered with blood, sleeping with the dead and feeding on the fear of the dying.
A laughing queen dressed in blood. Tell me more.
This epidemic is her feast, the announcement of her return. Against her, science is no more than a child's toy.
But who is she?
She is the mother of harlots and abomination of the earth. She is Babylon, drunk on the blood of the saints.
Why? You sent a man to die because of a stupid vision. I have heard enough of your nonsense. Goodbye. Good evening.
It's far.
Tobias Whitaker, confess why you burnt those people alive.
I have done what no one was ready to do. I will smite the flesh of the unclean to protect the righteous.
You are just another heartless murderer, exploiting the epidemic to kill with impunity.
No! No. The only way to contain the spread is to strike at the source itself. The proliferating sick.
You're not the savior of London. You're just a glorified sadist.
I take no pleasure in this awful cleansing, Dr. Reed. I am only driven by the thousands of innocents I save each night.
I have found Samuel, your disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst. He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
Your disciple, Samuel, stole from the dead in Stonebridge Cemetery. I have proof of his crime, and proof of his death.
No! Samuel was the best of us. So devoted, so zealous. He gave all he had for the cause. He tirelessly preached the good word.
He defiled the dead with his petty thefts. That's how he financed your misguided crusade.
Think what you will. When this city is saved, he will be praised for his devoted fortitude. He walked boldly into the mouth of abomination.
Your precious Samuel used you. He was an immoral crook.
If that's true, then he will be my burden to bear during this endless night.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Так, полностью, да? 5000. Да, его сажать не скоро получится. Ладно, какие еще у меня есть квесты? Найти человека. Там нужно 3-й уровень. Угу, а здесь надо еще подождать. Все тогда в церковь. Успокоить Тельму. Рассказать Тору Стрикленду о том, что произошло.
Good evening.
Good evening. Wise choice.
У тебя нет того, что мне надо.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich,
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
Так, теперь врачи, да, еще. Дело. Беседуем.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Исчезновение поставщика.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Так, а у тебя есть какие-нибудь сведения?
I'm quite busy.
Нет, да.
Thank you. Good evening.
And good evening.
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances, and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
Обновлено.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
Давайте.
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what it feels like to battle an unknown disease with only your mind and force of will to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Так, и чего там обновилось? Положить на свой 100 единицу. 6 единиц тартрата железа.
I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
I'm quite busy.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Thank you.
Так, опять с этим надо поговорить.
Good evening. And good evening. Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Что? Положить на свой стол именно? Как мне это сделать? Образец свежей крови. Мало дозы свежей крови, из которой может создать сыворотку выносливости для вампиров. Сложный рецепт, написан на клочке бумаги. О, шикардос. Теперь я могу еще и головную боль лечить. Так и чё? А, сюда?
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Ackroyd.
Решить, как поступить. Отнести лекарство Стрикленду, сообщить обо всем Экройду. Не, ну я этому ублюдку ничего не буду сообщать.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you.
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever heard of Sir Joseph Francis Olive, or the placebo effect?
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or procedure that has no actual physical effect.
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the subject believes in the effect, can provoke a positive physiological reaction.
Really? That's fascinating. And you want me to, what, administer the placebo and see what occurs?
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed. Please take the key to my cabinet and put this placebo there for future use.
Где?
Goodbye.
Положить лекарство в кабинете доктора. И где твой кабинет? Опа, а вот этот ключ открывает вот эту штуку?
It's locked, all right.
Нет.
It's locked.
Карта М. Госвика. Пациент, Госвик, мужчина 23. Примечаю пациента, симптомы крайней усталости на языке, во рту и в глотке, многочисленные язвы, но ни одного симптома инфлюенции. Отказывается говорить, утверждает, что это слишком болезненно, нуждается в отдыхе и лечении слизистой оболочки горла. Только после этого можно принимать решение о выписке. Мортимер Госвик.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Письмо доктору Суонси. Дорогой доктор, несмотря на тяжелую ситуацию, я вынужден сообщить о недавнем служебном поступке, который произошел в Пермской больнице. Было неопровержимо доказано, что медсестра Гвинет Бранаган вела себя непрофессионально, тем самым подвергла опасности жизнь пациента. Ни при каких обстоятельствах медсестра не должна ставить диагноз и выписывать лекарства, не известив об этом лечащего врача. Эдгар, вы меня знаете, я не против личной инициативы, если она идет на пользу делу, особенно в условиях нашего кризиса, но мы не можем допускать, чтобы медсестра ставила диагноз и назначала курс лечения. Тот факт, что пациент выжил, не является смягчающим обстоятельством, это просто означает, что в этот раз нам страшно повезло. Я требую, чтобы виновный был наказан по всей строгости. Угу. Блин, хорошее место здесь. Столько всяких штук.
At least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula.
Чего? Я выполнил? Я выполнил.
Good evening, good evening. Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Good evening, sir.
А, про Гую Сэшбери говорите, нафиг ей. Переходите уже.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
Ебать. Ах ты.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
The case is closed, your ladyship. The person who took advantage of you has, shall we say, seen the error of her ways.
So who was it?
My lady, the blackmailer was dealt with using the utmost discretion. The culprit's identity is of no relevance.
Thank you, Jonathan. That is exactly what I needed from you. You have proven your loyalty, so, as a friend, please accept this small token of my appreciation.
Thank you, my lady.
If you have an inclination to learn more about vampires or your current situation, I will be glad to aid you in your quest for knowledge.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but... are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a Scowl?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
I bid you farewell, for now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Пошли исследовать.
If only there were more of them, less resignation and more determination.
Образец крови взятый у Резвана.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Skulls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Ага, глава 3. Недавняя вылазка в Уотчеп показала, каково приходится жителям Лондона. Им приходится всеми силами бороться против новой напасти. Причины и следствия неразрывно переплелись. Дороти Крейн решила прибегнуть к воровству и шантажу, чтобы собрать деньги на лечение бедняков. Но я сам видел, как она старалась спасти умирающего в своей крошечной амбулатории. Мы не сумели спасти больного, но теперь я убежден, что испанка связана с эпидемией вампиризма. Анализ показал, что кровь Резвана столь же нестабильна, как и кровь Уильяма Бишопа. Нужно рассказать обо всем доктору Сонси и попросить у него совета. Так, я могу прокачать дубину? Не, блин, у меня нету этой синей штуки. О. Еще оглушение появилось. Старая дубина. А, ну это все на оглушение. Старая палица. Не знаю, одноручки я что-то не особо хочу качать. Хотя тут пистолеты. Так, из этого эти части не добыть. А, может у этого есть?
Good evening. Please show of course.
Нет, херня.
Good evening. Goodbye.
More bodies will arrive and then sadly depart. I'm managing a train tunnel.
Так. А что это красным-то выделено? Я не пойму. Это типа основное? А, это то, что я вкачал, да. Кровавый котел 400, бездна 600, дистанция. — 1300 в итоге. Бездны 2000. Одного из врагов наносит ему огромный урон. Еще ярость. Это массовый 600. Хочу котель. Тысячи. Так, что у нас? Тоже 2000. 100 единиц исцеления. Вы тратите больше крови, чтобы мгновенно исцелить себя и увеличить скорость восстановления здоровья. Так, щиток 1300. 2 попадания. Хера тут бусты. Исчезновение Уотчемпли. За последние несколько недель без вести пропали десятки людей. Свидетели выстраиваются в очередь, чтобы сообщить полиции о таинственных исчезновениях. Подобное происходит по всей стране, но в последние 24 часа подавляющее большинство обращений поступило в участок одного района, лондонского Уотчетпила. Презираемый и ненавидимый всеми Истен вновь оставлен на произвол судьбы. Несмотря на показательное бездействие властей, многочисленные местные жители все же доложили в ближайший полицейский участок о необъяснимых исчезновениях своих родственников и соседей. Что случилось со всеми пропавшими? Где они? Единственное, что их связывает, тяжелое состояние здоровья и нужда в медицинской помощи. До недавнего времени местные получали ее в секретной амбулатории, которую держали неизвестные добрые самаритяне. Теперь же она закрылась, а ее хозяева давно не дают о себе знать. Нашли ли исчезнувшую другую, более тщательно скрытую лечебницу? Может быть, их тайно перевезли в официальную больницу? Рано или поздно комитету здравоохранения при совете лондонского графства придется ответить на эти вопросы. В смысле, а чё, куда они подевались-то? Что такое? О судьбе столпа сообщила пресса. Пропавший гражданин. А куда она делась-то? Она живая же должна быть. Все равно тяжелая. Блин, этого надо найти. Без изменений. Блин, надо кого-нибудь сожрать. Убедите Сяо Шин вернуться. Ага. Ладно, на этом пока все, и я пошел жрать.